Hello there. I think everything's working. Is it? Yeah, I just need to make sure I'm not producing any feedback. Hello, Aiden. Hello, Hot Cheeto. Only joining the streams Monday, Friday, and Saturday. Yeah, it's that's cool. Thanks for stopping in. Cosmic Ray, good evening. Bork, bork, bork. Hello, Seiko. Good evening. Good evening, Cubits. And Jeff. And Aiden. Thanks everybody for joining. Yeah, so this is kind of an experiment. Again, I think I'm actually streaming to Twitch now. So we'll see. We'll see how well this goes. Hopefully this won't cause any issues. Yeah. So, oh, hello, Star Pictures Miami. Good evening. Thanks for joining. So, as I mentioned in the title, tonight's theme is the asteroid and the hamburger. I talked about it the other day. There's an asteroid going past the Hamburger Galaxy, which is part of Leo Triplet, and so yeah, I'm gonna get right to it shortly. I was kind of a little late getting some of the scope set up because I was focusing on the reflector, but we'll get to it in due time. But you're on M3 with your new S30. Well, congrats on the new S30 and good target at M3. I don't actually have the S30 running at the moment. I should have. No, I think there was a reason why I did the S50. I think. Anyway, we'll find out. So let me go switch to the. Hopefully, I've been redoing layouts, and I just want to make sure everything is good. So it looks like I've already started. I've already started on getting the Starfront one calibrated. Oh, this is interesting. Oh, interesting. Huh. It's not drifting. Okay, I did the startup routine there. I recently upgraded just today my S50, my local S50, to the latest firmware. So the S30 and S50 locally are running the very latest. The one at Starfront is still running the version before native EQ mode was added. So at some point I'll upgrade that. But in the meantime, what I was going to do at Starfront, I was having issues yesterday with polar alignment because of, I think because of the, because of the moon. But we'll see how this goes. I was actually, Cosmic Ray was doing this in Discord, but I was actually going to start with the monkey head, and I'm just going to get that going so I can turn my attention to the local scopes. Because at Starfront, I was just going to go ahead and start imaging various targets. But locally, I'm going to be focused on Leo Triplet, at least in the beginning. Because the moon's going to be starting to interfere. Because it's actually right behind a building right now. I don't know, is the all-sky camera, my local all-sky camera, rotating through? Let me NGC 281 is the monkey head. Search, and I'm going to do that for 45 minutes. I'll do it for an hour. I can always stop it. And yeah, let's go ahead and do that. We'll see how that goes. So let me move this to the side right now. And I can actually bring on real quickly, at least that's the theory, quickly, the locals. Seestar. Hold on. Maybe it wasn't quick. Hold on. Give me a sec. I need to change the font here. Oh, I never set that up. All right. Well, okay. Almost there. All right. So I will bring this one on, and okay, so this one isn't actually pointing at anything. I just pointed it at a random star field to get the polar alignment done, and that is done. So it is maybe it's not tracking great. It did 29 frames and it's dropped 20, but that's okay. We're going to be struggling with the we're going to be on the struggle bus today with the moon, so it's fine. Hey Turf, how's it going? Thanks for joining. Howdy Donkulus. Hamburger Galaxies, yeah. The asteroid, yeah. Yep, it's right next to it, so it's going to be a struggle. I did put the dew shield on the Seestar, the local one, so let me just go ahead and try to get that pointed. I think the Starfront one is having issues. So we're going to image, and what is it? It is because I wanted to try to get it before the moon is shining on the scopes, and I think oh, that's why. Let's try that. Forgot to turn on the local cam on the webcam on the side. Okay. There we go. It should start loading, ideally. There we go. Okay. So let me get specifically, I want to focus on NGC 3628. And let's just double check that the framing is good. Yeah, perfect. Yeah, okay, great. Oh, I forgot I'm not in EQ mode. That's actually okay. It's still good. So NGC 3628. The Hamburger Galaxy. I'm going to run this for a long time. We'll see how well it works. All right. So I will figure out what's going on with the other scope. In the meantime, what I think I'm going to do is switch to give me a sec here. Okay, great. Okay, all right, and I go turn off the scopes and turn on the cam link. Yeah, and we can bring this on. So we've got the beginning of that starting to image the Hamburger Galaxy. And honestly, I think that really bright star, I think, is the asteroid. Maybe. Assuming this is the galaxy, that's the asteroid. This is the asteroid. Maybe. We will find out shortly. Resident, that's cool. Yeah, trying to keep as much light out as possible. Try the hamburger in a little bit. Yeah, trying to image. Well, that was what I was trying to do that with the Starfront scope. Yeah, look at the. See, right now the moon is behind a building, so it's a little bit. That's why I wanted to try to image as quickly as possible. Yeah, 8 flora exactly. And I think it's this, but I'm not 100% sure. I've gotten it I got it a couple nights ago, but so let me go. I'm off screen. I'm trying to get some. I'm trying to get my other the big reflector up and running. Yeah, okay. Let me see. Oh, I think did you post that? Let me see if oh, live view. Oh wow. It's hopping here on Discord. Let me try to bring everybody in to the party. Cosmic Ray and Donkulus and Icarus. Hello, good evening. And Jeff and Qubits. Wow. After a drought of bad weather, a bunch of people have good skies here, it looks like. So this is definitely going to be the struggle bus here, but oops. Come on. Pier cam is looking good. Yeah, it's pretty cool. I'm pretty happy with the way I've got it set up. Seestar connect to Stellarium, so you can see. Yeah. I need to do that. The problem is, for whatever reason, instead of using the normal AllSky software that I use locally, I'm using the other kind of major AllSky software called INDI AllSky, or AllSky INDI. It's completely unrelated, and it uses the INDI driver, so it has a much wider set of cameras it supports, and otherwise it's somewhat similar. It's got some nice features. Anyway, I thought I would try it out. Problem is it uses INDI, and it conflicts with the one that was used for ALP, and so I had to shut down the daemon, which theoretically I could just change the port. I haven't had a chance to work on it because it ended up failing miserably. So that was annoying. But it's still, because I started looking into it. I think it either I was wanting to do it or somebody mentioned it. Maybe you mentioned it, and I tried and failed. So I need to try again. Let's see, Qubits is doing narrowband on Rosette. That's cool. I've been having these issues. I don't know if it's me or where some people's streams aren't loading. I don't know why. Oh, nice. 12-second subs. Yeah. See, I was able to get 15-second subs, but I didn't try really beyond that. But that's interesting. Let's see. Started the Caldwell catalog. That's cool. Can't even get a frame. It's so, yeah. It's still showing the monkey head. Man. Yeah, so far. Let me see. Okay. I was a little concerned. My YouTube studio was acting up. So I'm going to focus on the camera off screen here for a sec while we hopefully start getting more detail on but yeah, we'll see. This is going to be an experiment because with the I do have the dew shield on the Seestar, which you can kind of see down there, down low on the lower left corner. But it's yeah, it's having challenges, or it's going to be challenging. So we'll see. Let me see if I can just point at a random patch of sky with the reflector to try to get it away from the moon. So this will be an interesting test. No, but I did actually pull the focusers out of the box. I imagine it could be possible. The image it generated when looking at it is really odd. Yeah, I mean, it might be like overloading the sensor, causing other issues. So we want to go to NGC. 3628. So one thing I since I last used the reflector on stream, I've added a give me a sec. Yeah, I think the reflector is going to be, unfortunately, a no-show tonight. The moon is just so kind of disruptive right now. The good thing is, let me check. Tomorrow, the asteroid will be nearby. So I'm just going to leave the Seestar running for a bit, and we'll see how well that works. But let me try something first before I write off this. Problem is, it's like overwhelming the guide camera, unfortunately, because the moon is right there. Like, the other problem is I didn't have a chance to polar align it. It's like really rough. And so it's also gonna struggle with that. All right, let me get back to this. Yeah. So long as the mount can support it, sure. Yeah, one step closer. Exactly, step by step. Good evening. Welcome, Quantum. Maybe you should image a dimmer object closer to the moon. What kind of camera, which all sky camera? The one here or at Starfront? Because I've got two different types of cameras. The one here is an HQ, Raspberry Pi HQ camera with like a lens from, I don't know, Amazon, some RGCam one, and the one at Starfront is ZWO ASI 662, I think. That's interesting. You calibrate it and it gets better. It's not great, but that's what we got. Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I mean I'm happy with both of them, honestly. The one at the one here I'm using they're both running on Raspberry Pis. The one here is running the kind of the normal AllSky software. The one at Starfront is the INDI AllSky, and I have some like HDR stretching kind of features turned on there, which to try to get more of the stars. I think the other, oh yeah, look at the I guess here comes the moonlight, even in spite of the what do you call it, the dew shield. The one at home, I don't think so, because it's the HQ camera, and it's yeah, it's just the HQ camera, and I think it's got an IR cut filter built in, so I didn't remove that. It's just my skies are that that bad. The silhouette inset is not IR. Man, look at that gradient. That is brutal. Now, tomorrow. So the moon has just kind of finally gotten above the house and is shining on the scopes. Tomorrow, if it's clear, it won't be until like an hour later, I think, that the moon will have that, it will be there, and then plus Leo Triplet will be just that much higher. Man, that is rough. Yet, all things considered, the guiding isn't terrible, which is unfortunate. Let me see if I can bring that on. Whoa, infinite. Sorry about that. Let's try that again. Okay. Let's see if I can. Weird. Oh. Maybe that's the problem. Hold on, give me a sec. Anyway, yeah, so the guiding is not too bad. Yeah. Oh. Sorry, I misunderstood. No, it's so that top right is it's a feature. So the both All Sky programs support kind of extra sensors like temperature, humidity, and stuff like that. And I had noticed that this particular one that I'm running here locally supports this thermal sensor. And it turned out I actually had the sensor from a project I had done. I bought it off Adafruit. It's just like a little, it's a really low resolution thermal camera. And, but yeah, since I had it, I was like, well, let me just go ahead and attach it right next to the camera pointing up. And so yeah, it was something that I happen to have, and that the All Skies camera lets like different sensors and stuff you can do as overlays. In this particular one, it supports like an image overlay. Man, look at that gradient on the yeah, I got it off Adafruit.com, which has a lot of the Raspberry Pi circuit type stuff. I need to bring this up because it is interesting how even in spite of the guiding, it's able to okay. Even in spite of the fact I wasn't able to polar align, it seems to be kind of keeping it together. Now, the frustrating thing is I did try to take like a air duster to that sensor, and I don't know why it's still... Yeah. I mean, what I'm trying to do here is I'm trying to get the what do you call it, this try to capture the asteroid with by Leo Triplet, but yeah, it's definitely gonna be a challenge. And yeah, Qubits has those narrowband filters, which do help a lot. So that's zoomed in part of Rosette. I'm trying to see if the asteroid's even in the image. It's so washed out. I can actually see it. Like, I think it's that. Pretty sure it's that. Pretty sure it's this. And really, I can zoom in because I guess that's as far as I can zoom in. But you'll be able to see it as it moves. But speaking of things, even though, like I say, the polar alignment's way out, it's actually able to kind of keep it in a fairly tight band, which is cool. But I'm gonna have to yeah, it's still kind of gonna be a challenge. At your hexscape. Let me see. Where did you? Oh, you okay. Let me see. Oh, oof. I can already see. Is it gonna be disagreeable? It's so strange. I've been having this issue. Okay, cosmic rays showed up. I saw like the screenshot of it, but I don't know why it's having issues loading. But you can see kind of behind there the massive gradient, but let me see. I don't know why. Oh, there it is. No, that's mine. I can relaunch if it helps. I'm not sure if maybe. Let me go back to here. So strange. Let's see if this, because I can see it. I can see there it is. There it is. Wow. Holy mackerel. That is, it is definitely struggling. Wow. And that is with the dew shield? Can't open streams over Discord. Yeah, maybe it is. Yeah, look at that view. Yeah, that is. And then you got field rotation on top of it. But yet, funny enough, it's still not dropping any more frames than you sometimes have. Which is crazy. It's still able to stack that. That is rough. That is really rough. Yeah, same here. Yeah, it's capturing. Yeah, capturing. That is amazing. But like I say, it's amazing that it's stacking even. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's like you see dots and like some. Yeah, I don't even know what. Wow, that's rough. See, mine, at least, I've got some of that banding, but yeah, I guess a bit. But that is, yeah, mine's pretty rough too. Yeah. You mean Alf or whatever? The Alf head? Um, depending on how this goes, I might end up going downstairs and making an adjustment to the reflector. I'm hoping not, but could it be the Northern Lights? Yeah, no, I don't think so. It's just bad. No help when using the app when I go to get deviation free Q. Is that are you talking about with Alp or the app? Oh, in the app. Oh, interesting. Yeah, that's... Yeah. Okay. Oh, huh. No preview of the image. Yeah, you're using the app? Not showing any drop frames. Yeah. Yeah, if you're using Alp, yeah, that does happen sometimes. The sky's so crappy, I closed up. Well, one thing I ended up doing is it's kind of like one of those things where if what was it about the world giving you lemons and making lemonade? Let me see if I can get this on screen. Let me try again. Oh, there we go. Wow. There we go. So, this is, so I have both the guide camera, and I'm kind of annoyed the guide camera's out of focus. But that's the guide camera view, and then this is the, wait, did it actually change? Okay, so that's the guide camera view. And then this is this is the very close up of the moon. So that's why I'm saying if the world gives you lemons, yada yada lemonade. Nope. So this is the 585 camera, and I've just switched it to mono mode because it had a color cast otherwise. Problem is, it's like so large on the frame, it takes a while to kind of navigate around. It went to moon mode. I mean, solar mode. I'm gonna turn that off until I fix that. Hello, Brent. How's it going? Thanks for joining. Interesting. Stop the planet. Saw it captured 130 subs. That's weird. Yeah, nice. Nice. Yeah, that's weird that it wasn't showing anything in the preview. Maybe see a lemon hit the moon. Reminds me of pizza. Yeah. There we go. I finally fixed the color. Just going to briefly bring that on. I think I need to change it to reset the stack every few frames. Is it there? I thought there was somewhere you reset the stack every... I feel like I'm missing... No, it's just on time lapses. Well, good night, Star Pictures Miami. Thanks for joining. It's not active guiding at the moment. Yeah, not too much shimmering. Yeah. I mean, this. Actually, that looks pretty good. Unfortunately, the connection I have to this computer, this is running on a mini PC, and my network is kind of bogging. Yeah. Whoa, it did the it did the thing again. But yeah, I'm not actively tracking. The alignment isn't fantastic right now. But I guess it's good enough that it's not completely drifting. But it was actually SMA, somebody, like one of the people who's on the streams and has his, they have their own channel, SMA, I forget, but yeah, they have their own astronomy channel, and I was watching a solar stream, and I noticed PhD 2 in the corner, tracking the sun. and it's not a default feature of PhD2, but it's a patched version which can track planets and the sun and moon. And so I was actually thinking of at some point I'm going to run that, I think. But I only recently found out about it. I haven't had a chance to try it out yet. Oops. Sorry, I'm checking something here. Yeah, I think in the case of the patch, it locks onto kind of disk images. I should do a mosaic on the moon. I mean, SharpCap does support that. That would be pretty cool. I mean, because the amount of detail I'd get, you know, with like you can see, I'm not stacking it anymore. Yeah, for solar alt azimuth, field rotation is a problem. Now, the good thing is the stack that SharpCap does is kind of a rolling stack, so it only does like the last 36 frames, or you know, you can set it to whatever you want. So, and since it's capturing like you know, it could be capturing 100, well, at least 30 frames a second, maybe more. Even if it's filtering out 10% of them, it's still, you know, like every, you know, maybe 10 seconds to a minute, it's kind of cycling through the stack. So you don't notice it with that. But you can generate a time lapse of the stack in SharpCap, and when I do that, you can see the sun rotating as the time lapse goes along. But because it's doing a rolling stack, it doesn't. It's not a huge problem. And this isn't stacked anymore. This is just kind of a live video of through the reflector of the moon. And actually, since I'm doing that, let me go back to the the telescope at Starfront because it is just sitting there doing absolutely nothing. It actually had been trying to image, and it said there's 178 dropped frames and 0 stacked, and it doesn't even look like it's pointing at anything. So I have no idea what it's been doing for the last hour. I'm just gonna park that scope and I'll try again. Meanwhile, what is going on with so the Coronado, I have it on an alt azimuth mount, yes. Although it's basically a sun tracking mount. It's got a little camera on the mount. It doesn't have any controls. I mean, it has like a little joystick on the physical thing, but there's no Wi-Fi. It has no external way of controlling it, no USB port. It's basically you turn it on. It has a GPS in there in the camera. It figures out where it is. It starts circling until it sees the sun, and then it just locks on it, which is super handy, but it's only alt azimuth. So, but yeah, I'm thinking once I get that spectroheliograph thing, yeah, the spectroheliograph thing, I'm probably going to maybe do a tandem mount of the H alpha and this other scope I'm going to use for the spectroheliograph on the Jouet mount, because since it's a stronger, I mean, it wouldn't have a problem with that. Discord stream keeps stopping, but I rotate the browser. That's interesting. And when you say you rotated, what did you specifically do for that? Like, how did you rotate it? Right. Yeah. But yeah, how are you rotating the browser? Oh, a plugin. Interesting. I think I'll have to try that. Icarus has got some P. Oh. Is that a comet? No, not a P. What's a P? That looks cool. And M83, the southern pinwheel. That's cool. Let me go back to my. Wow, I'm getting such a gradient. I mean, so much moonlight that it's basically swamped out. Like the galaxy was showing up for a bit there, and now it's just totally swamped. Let me try to get the Starfront scope going, because I think if I got that running, that might be. Let me see if it went ahead and because I told it to park, and I think it parked. Okay, so let's try. Let me just bring that up while I'm trying to sort this out. Yeah, I've been having particularly polar lining issues at Starfront since the moon's been full. Hello, Icarus. How's it going? Yeah, I have a script running on the I have a script running on the Raspberry Pi in cron that pulls files every morning off the Seestar. It doesn't clean up anything automatically, but I have everything scripted to get it from the Raspberry Pi to, from the Seestar to the Raspberry Pi to home. And it's semi-automatic at this point. The cleanup is manual, but I've been cleaning it up pretty, like there's basically nothing. There was nothing on it this morning. Hello, Star Voyager. Good evening. How's it going? Okay. Okay. I'm just trying imaging a bit more at Starfront. So you can see it's actually starting to capture. I don't know why the Seestar here is having issues, but I'll just shut that off. But it's basically I was trying to get it to lock onto something, anything. It's not pointing at anything in particular, but I'll get to that in a moment. Okay. And it's not dropping frames, so that's excellent. Okay. So we will stop that. And I wanted to do the monkey head, but that might not be an option. So let's see what we can do that might be kind of not near the moon. Although, theoretically, well, theoretically, I should be able to. Let me see. How high up is the monkey head at this point? It's getting kind of low. All right. So, what else was on my list? Okay, can always do that. That's also kind of low. Yeah, so I'm just gonna go. I'm gonna try the headphone nebula. We'll see if that works. The good thing is it needs to use light pollution filters, so it's kind of good for days like today. Yeah, the moon was not nice. Yeah, try locking on the moon. The moon is a lemon for everyone. Yeah. Yeah. It is kind of rough. I was trying, but I'm not going to give up. I'm not going to give up. One thing I did want to do is let me see. Okay. It is starting. There we go. So it's starting the headphone nebula. So somewhere in there is the Hamburger Galaxy, but let me try something here. Oh, okay, cool. Finally loaded. So the headphone is kind of in the center of the image there, on the left. You'll start seeing it as a kind of a round shape. I'm gonna try something here. Let's see. So I'm actually thinking of unplugging my laptop, since it's the mini PC is now the thing that's actually doing the live stream. And I want to go down and do something with the reflector. I want to fix the focus on the guide camera, because I want to try something. But so yeah, I'll be right back. Before I forget, don't forget to like the video if you haven't already. But what I'm going to do is I want to kind of work on the focus, and I want to see if I can try with the reflector to image the hamburger at some point. Yeah, so I'm going to try that, but I won't be able to unless I first I've got to let me unplug here, and hopefully this won't crash everything. Hey, it didn't. Cool. I disconnected the remote desktop because or I'm not showing the remote desktop because I'm gonna need it when I'm downstairs. But I'll be right back in about a couple minutes. Like I say, if you haven't liked the video already, give it a like, and I will be right back. Hello there. Well, the headphone's looking good. At least something's going okay today. Let me plug everything back in. All right. Yeah, it looks pretty cool. All right, let me get rid of my be right back, because I am back. There we go. All right. So I was able to get the focus a bit better. I was able to get it better, so let me go bring this on screen. So that was the camera we had been seeing, but I also have focus that? I thought I focused it. Yeah, it's focused. It's just a fuzzy image. But anyway. Hello, Old Geezer Gazing. Welcome from UAE. Thanks for joining. So yeah, I am now going to try something with the reflector. I also got myself a drink here. It's heavily carbonated, and I'm trying to make sure it doesn't just make a big mess. There we go. Okay. So let me try this. The nice thing is this this guide camera has such a nice wide field of view. It's definitely nice. Okay. Let's see. I'm just trying to slew away from the moon and to get to a point where I can... What I really need to do is, for this finder scope, I need to add some kind of shield to it. And I think also for the reflector, I'm going to do that too. see if I let me just go ahead and find something further away from the moon. Okay, so no, I didn't want to drop a marker on. Anyway, so there's the moon, so let's I could try. Wonder if M3 is far enough away. Yeah, M3 should be far enough away. Maybe. So I'm gonna try. Back inside for mowing lawns. Did you miss anything? Struggling with the moon, yeah. Is the field rotation on the Houston Seestar? Yes. Yeah, I don't have it in EQ mode right now. I need to, since it is running kind of the firmware that supports it, I need to just set it up in EQ mode, but it's not currently in EQ mode. So let's see. Yeah, so to get it in Stellarium, I'll show you real quick. What I do is I go to it's not in there by default, so what I do is I go to, is it configuration? Yeah, configuration, plugins, solar system editor, configure, and then there's like a lot of things you can do, but what I've so I'll go to solar system, import, and then one of the, like there's different things you can do, asteroids or comets, and like I picked the first one, like the bright minor planets. I get the orbital elements, and I just say mark all and add them. And once you do that, you have basically all of the bright asteroids. So like if I just zoom in randomly, you'll see like right, but you'll see them. So like if I go to so if I go to Leo Triplet now and you zoom in, you'll see, am I even on the right day? But basically you'll see it. See, it's right here. And yeah, that's all I do. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, not a problem. It is handy. It wasn't obvious to me in the beginning. I had to do wasn't quite digging around, but it was kind of like, yeah, it's not something that you just kind of stumble upon. Yeah. But you can also add comets in there too, so that's helpful too. And I think it's set to periodically refresh the list, so like orbital parameters will change. Yeah, because they're not 100%. other things. So let me see. I've also thought about possibly updating the or upgrading the camera on this guide scope. And the guide scope I got was just like a cheap, inexpensive SV Bony one off Amazon, but it's been fine, and I can actually more consistently plate solve now. Oh, that's right. What I was gonna do, I was gonna go to M3 just to try to get it away from the moon's glare. But I think some kind of light shield or dew shield. Yeah. Yeah, I mean it does yeah, I mean if you've imaged it for any length of time, you'll see it kind of moving. And unfortunately I can't easily, let's see. This is, I can't zoom it in anymore, but that. Is the asteroid. Because the other things are relatively round, whereas this is kind of moving. It's not moving super fast, but it's a main belt asteroid, so, but it is moving. Back inside after, yeah, between the moon and humidity. Oh, that's, yeah, humidity. I mean, it's not like super humid here right now. It's actually kind of nice, but we are starting to get mosquitoes. So when I've been out there, I've been kind of just out there briefly and then kind of rapidly come back in because of mosquitoes. Definitely not awesome. All right. Like I say, at least the headphone nebula is looking decent. Okay. Cool. Here we go. Great. So it's not perfect, but just like I say, I wanted to kind of get the scope away from the reflector away from the moon, so I picked M3, and so this is on the wide field, and exposure is probably still set to yeah, 3 milliseconds. That's not going to work. So let's go up to let's see. Is it close? Let me look at that some more. I did try to align the the guide scope and the reflector, but it might be off a little bit. Oh wow, 37 and humid in Wisconsin. Seriously upsetting. No, I mean it's I mean the nice thing, it's probably more of a difference even for you than, I mean it is a difference for me, but just not being here and being a few hundred miles away, or in your case it would be like over 1,000 miles away, like the weather will be better there, or it'll be different. Generally it'll be drier and better, but yeah, it's I'm so far I'm pretty happy once it got all set up. Like the skies are quite dark. Man, that rotation. So let me let me see if I can get, oh, let me bring this back on and then bring this off screen where I can work on it. There we go. Let's see. Oh, there it is. Just was a lot fainter than I expected. Cool. All right. Let me check one thing here. Yeah, most people use a Mac Mini. Yeah, the vast majority of people use a Mac Mini. The nice thing about that is you can run Alp if you want to, but you're also able to run the native app. One thing Jeff has been experimenting with is running Android on a Raspberry Pi, and that's kind of intriguing. But yeah, most people use a Mac Mini, and like these days you could get a used one, or you could get like those M4 ones, or like the base M4 one would be plenty. Those are pretty, yeah, maybe in the yeah, up in the mountains. Yeah, it would be nice. People have made the comments to them about that, like you should open a South American one. Let's see. All right. Am I in the right? Okay, cool. Okay. That's why. Okay, cool. Yeah, it's not 100%. It's not 100% accurate, but I do. I did try to get at least some semblance of correlation between the guide scope and the main scope. So I'm still working on it, trying to. Oops, did not mean to do that. Had to grab this. So yeah. Yeah, Auckland, New Zealand, Starfront. Why not? Yeah. Yeah, so they like if you EQ mode it, a lot of people don't have it in EQ mode, but I think now that there's official first party support, people are starting to send wedges there. But yeah, basically they do the initial alignment, and then yeah, it's kind of just, yeah, it's it still kind of goes through the process, and that's the other thing. I don't actually shut mine down. I just park it, which now in the app you just close the arm, and or if you're doing a plan through the app, at the end of the plan it closes the arm. It doesn't shut it off. So it'll be, because otherwise if you shut it off, how do you turn it back on? Jeff has like a little button pusher fingerbot thing on it, but that can be problematic too. So they are staffed there, so you can always ask them to turn it back on. But otherwise, I don't actually shut mine off typically. But yeah, once they get it aligned, it's like it's on the wedge. It's pointing to where it needs to point near Polaris, and then you just kind of get going. It'll still do its procedure saying, okay, I'm aligned, but then that takes very little time, and then it's off it goes. All right. So I'm gonna go. Let's try this. Wait, it's, what is it? 3628. Yeah, this has just been brutal with the moon tonight. I mean, I knew it would be challenging, but it's been pretty challenging. Let's see if I can try to get a bit more here of. Okay, let me. Let's see. Sorry, I'll be right. Yeah, exactly. From the Dark Doodad Nebula, which is it is a awesome name for an actual nebula. That's interesting. Yeah, so basically off screen, I got a kind of, after going over to M3, I was like, well, let me go back, see if I can, get back to the Hamburger Galaxy. And, yeah, the mini camera, I mean, the guide camera isn't even plate solving. And so I'm about to try something else here. Looping. So looping, yep. Okay. So hopefully I can track that. It's okay. It's holding in there. Oh wow, nice. 74 frames, 1 drop. That's so random because like a lot of times you have like such bad drop rates, but yet that's interesting. So I was trying to stack this and it refused because it couldn't match enough stars. So what's interesting, so the guide camera was able to guide. It could find a guide star. But what's interesting is sharp cap, you can tell it just don't align the frames, just stack them. So I'm actually trying that just to see if anything. But this is all I'm getting is like a beam of light. So that's not exactly. I think the how many drops are we getting here? Oh wow, look at how many drops. See, this is the asteroid, but it's not contiguous. Like it went through like dropping frames, so it's that's why it's not contiguous, but that is the asteroid. $89 and 1, that's awesome. Yeah, of course. The time you wanna. Yeah, no, that's cool. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, I need to. I might try to remove all the gradients from all these frames and stack them to try to recover something, because you can kind of see the galaxy in there, but it's kind of subtle. Tomorrow will be a little bit better. I forgot, or I need to plug it, but don't forget to like the video if you haven't already. It does help these live streams. And I'm going to be doing this again tomorrow, trying to capture the asteroid in the Hamburger. The one thing tomorrow is it will be, the moon will just be a little bit further away, which will be good. And the other thing is the asteroid will be, oops. The asteroid will be, so right now it's off to the side here, but tomorrow, so if we go back about 9 p.m., zoom out a little bit, so you can see the asteroid's right there, but then same time tomorrow, it'll be actually over the galaxy. So, and that also, if you look at where the moon is, so for me right here, so you can see like the moon is, it was behind the building just very initially, but then right after the Leo Triplet cleared the building, but then it ended up here and kind of washed everything out. But tomorrow, that building, I'll get more time because the galaxy will be here, and let me wait. Hold on a second. Let me go back. So here's the Leo Triplet, and so at 10 p.m. it's up higher, but the moon is still behind the building. And then at 11, between 10 and 11, it kind of emerges behind the building, but it won't be until like after 10. So I should be able to get at least a good hour of the asteroid kind of there, and even then it'll be kind of further away, so hopefully not as much glare. Yeah, and that's the other thing. I'm gonna try that. I'm gonna see what Graxpert does with it. Yeah, may not. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's they move. I mean, that one didn't move much, and that's a big one, and it's yeah, but it's out at the main belt. That headphone nebula's doing well. So let's go look at, oops. Let's see. All right. Yeah, that beam of light is given. There's nothing in that beam. That is rough. It's not even clear what it's pointing at. But what I may go ahead and do, since the reflector's out there and I actually am able to image things now, what I may go ahead and do is point that at something, and then point that at something, and then I'll have to get something new for Starfront as well. Let's see. Okay. Interesting. Okay, so let's go to... We looked at the moon with the reflector and very briefly M3. But I was thinking there are some nice galaxies, and I tried this yesterday and it was kind of meh, it wasn't working great. But let me try this again. Let me try doing M51. Is just brutal with the moon there. But we'll see. We'll see how the how well M51 works. A sec and oop. All right, almost there. Give me a sec. Okay. Okay. And we can go back to Sharp Cap. I mean PhD2. Connect the camera. Loop, find the star. Let's go to a second long exposure. Sorry, give me a sec here. Okay, so let me bring the browser back. Where's the mouse? Oops. There we go. Trying to figure out where I put the mouse. That is so random. Can't see where the mouse is. Something grabbing the mouse. Oh, you know what? I think it is. Maybe not. It's so strange. Sorry, I'm trying to find my mouse on my laptop. try something here. Okay. That was weird. Very weird. All right. Did I update the... no, I didn't. I've got the version of the firmware with just before native EQ mode. It's a little complicated because I have... because I don't have a Mac Mini at Starfront. And so the app doesn't see through the VPN to Starfront. So I need to figure out how to work around that. But it's something I plan on trying at some point, but I haven't gotten there yet. But yeah, I haven't updated it yet. So I've got, let me resize this. So this is doing, let me move this back as well so I can try to the headphone. Oh, it's about to finish. Let me quickly bring that back. So the headphones, I think I only did it for an hour. And that turned out pretty well, especially given that the moon's interfering so massively. And so that is done. This thing is just, so you can kind of see the Hamburger Galaxy in here, that faint line. And you can see because of the drops, the asteroid wasn't contiguous there, but it has moved that much in 2 hours. Now thanks to the guide scope, I'm actually able to guide the reflector pretty consistently now. And I'm actually doing the plate solving on the guide scope to kind of get to a target. And not sure about the coloring of this, but it is, at least it's looking like M51. Some filter that I can apply to clean up some of that mess. it's doing okay. All things considered. Yeah. Yeah, that would be, I mean, like I say, most of the way most people are doing it is they're just using a Mac Mini. But yeah, I've been meaning, I have a couple of theories on how it might be possible to do it that I've been meaning to try out, but I just haven't had a chance yet. Wait, what did I just do? Okay, cool. So while that's going, let's find another target for Starfront. Did the headphone? I wonder. So one thing I want to try to do is I want to try to image some dark nebula, but I don't think any of them are up at the moment. But one of the ones I'd imaged was, what was it? Oh, the letter E nebula. That was kind of cool. That was a few days ago. But that's kind of in the Milky Way. The summer Milky Way. And another one I imaged, but I think the problem is, like I say, those are not up yet. Like this was another one. I did the Snake Nebula. And these are just out of the telescope. I haven't processed them at all, so I need to do that. Clean them up a little bit. But in the meantime, let me figure out what we can image at Starfront that's reasonably far away from the moon. Yeah, there's a few targets that I want to image that I just kind of have put on pause for now. Because it's just been too difficult. All right. Yeah, that there was another one too that the Snake Nebula. There was another one I'd imaged. Was that it? There was another one. There were a couple of them I did yesterday or early this morning. Like basically I kind of added to the end of the, once I'm done doing whatever and I let it run. I did the Black Hole Nebula, which was kind of an interesting one. Just kind of like a black hole there. What was another one? Oh, the Dark Horse Nebula. But yeah, that snake one is kind of interesting. It's a pretty cool one. So I need to... I've got Stellarium. Yeah, no, I mean, to be honest, like, a lot of those I could not have even attempted before. Like, I just couldn't. They just weren't even an option. I mean, like, I couldn't get the Witchhead Nebula, and there's a few other things that I tried, because Cosmic Ray was the one who was kind of saying I should try some of the Dark Nebula. I tried them from here, got nothing. Like, and I tried. I like ran things for an hour or more just to see if I could see any hint that there's something there. and I got nothing. Yeah, so. But yeah, so it was like, I'm not at Starfront, I'm generally not imaging things that I can image from home. I'm trying things that I can't image from home. So that's interesting. You kind of see the gap there, or the asteroids making a line. Let me see. All right. Let's see. Yeah, the winter Milky Way is still up, but very low. The summer Milky Way is like the Dark Wolf Nebula is like right at the horizon right now. So it's not really an option. Yeah, I could try the southern pinwheel. That's high enough to the south. Or I could do I let's see, Spindle Galaxy. Oh, you know what? There were a few galaxies over here that I hadn't imaged. How far is that from the moon? Not far enough. Okay. I'll skip that. Do I have any obstructions? Yes. Not too much to the south. Basically, south of due east and west, through all the way through south to the, east to west, don't have much in the way of obstructions at all, because they mounted all the Seestars kind of on a shelf that's on the north wall of the building looking south. So there's very little, and you can kind of see it in the all-sky camera. Let me... so, like, that's the top of the north wall, that silver bit there, and neighboring Seestars. But yeah, basically, the roof, like, they're just below where the roof is, where it slides off. So towards the south, it's got great visibility. So I can see down to less than 10 degrees above the horizon. But once you start getting east or west, you start running into your neighbor telescopes if you get too low. And then to the north, again, you have the same thing with that wall. But it's still not too bad. It's still like, I haven't mapped it out, but, or kind of put a number on it. I think it's somewhere between 20 and 30 degrees, maybe, above the horizon. Kind of from east through to north. But I haven't tested it. I know it's something like that. So let's see. Maybe I'll kick off a galaxy, a simple galaxy. Because we've got... Which one is that? That looks... What is that? Interacting galaxy. Yeah, that's a small one, I guess. think it's a small one. Let's see. Yeah, no, and that is the really nice thing about it, to be honest. Like tonight, I mean, you see all the stuff below. I have a Seestar S50 out. I have this reflector. It's not the biggest one, but you know, it's got a mount and everything. And so at some point I'll have to pack that up and bring it in. Some nights when I'm just imaging from Starfront, it's awesome because like they monitor the weather conditions, so they'll keep the roof open when conditions warrant it. But like if clouds come in that, or if the humidity gets like near the dew point, the roof will close. Could be in the middle of the night, but it's awesome because like I'll just kick off an imaging session and go to bed, and you know, best case it works, worst case clouds roll in and the roof closes. No big deal. Even if you just image and then shut, you know, you're done for the night and you don't image anymore, there's nothing to put away. It's nice. It was definitely nice in the beginning. I mean, it still is. It was just kind of a novel thing of not having to set it up. So yeah, no, it's, yeah, especially, yeah, if you're on the road, that would be cool. I mean, that could be very nice for that. Sometimes it takes a moment for the messages to show up. Yeah. So I save everything now because I'm using Unix. I use, I mean, you can do this from the Mac too. I use rsync to copy it, but I know a lot of people at Starfront, they'll like they'll copy stuff onto their computer there, whether they have a Seestar or not. And they'll like put it in a Google Drive or Dropbox. Like they'll dump all the frames there and then they'll just sync up to the cloud and then you can grab them. I do an rsync and pull them directly down to my computer, but I've thought about also doing the cloud option because then like Google or whatever is taking care of it. But yeah, I pull everything down, and I think that's what most people do. They have sensors, and it also like dew point sensors and stuff. So the roof sometimes will close, and people are like, "It was clear. Why did it close?" And it was like it was 90% humidity or 95% humidity, and it started. You know, they wanted to close it before dew started forming on all the telescopes. But there are people on site. But it's a lot of it's automated, and they look at they have like a little weather kind of thing there, but if it looks like the conditions aren't safe, so it's also wind speed, like if the wind's over 30 miles per hour they don't open, and if it looks like it's going to be that way all night, they power down the roofs. It's based on what they were talking about, so like they won't inadvertently open, so they'll do that. But yeah, they have sensors, and they also, like, it doesn't have to rain there. It's like if there's rain in the area, they'll close, because there's been times where it'll be clear and the roof will close, but if you look at the radar on their website, like there's rain, you know, within 50 miles, and the way things blow through that area, like it could be, and sure enough, you'll see on the all sky camera, on their all sky camera, that yeah, it'll cloud up like a few minutes later sometimes. Are there always piers available? I think they are short on standard piers, I think. The Seestars are different. They're like on a special Seestar specific thing. That said, they have 8 buildings. They have, what do you call it? They only have the shelf on one of the buildings, but I have a feeling they'll add it to other buildings, that shelf. And they're building 3 new buildings too. So like they've beyond just broken ground, they're actively building it. Like, let me see. It's you can see up. So here's their all sky camera. You can see lovely moon just blasting, and it looks so bright at all the buildings. But something happened to this one. Yikes! I think they need to fix that camera. But that's where the Seestar shelf is. You can see part of it right here. That's the shelf. Building 8 is empty, but off to the side here you can see the foundations. They've already put down the foundations and started building up 3 more buildings. So like there's a 9 and a 10, and then there's a 20, I guess, because they're like, you know, going backwards, but they'll all end up going sequentially up. So anyway, yeah, so they're yeah, I'm guessing there's not a waiting list, but you know, they're continuously adding scopes there, so it's not necessarily immediate. They might get the scope and it might take 2-3 weeks to get it installed. I think mine took, and the weather wasn't cooperating with mine too, so yeah, I mean, it was, like I say, there were weather issues. So like there were a lot of fronts coming through, but so they got it set up and they did a rough alignment with it. Now with a native app, it's a lot easier, so I imagine once they hook it up, it'll be aligned pretty quickly, but it has to be a clear night. So if you have a stretch of bad weather, like I had a few bad nights, and it wasn't even like the weather was bad some of those nights. It was like, it was windy, like really windy, or there was like dust issues. So yeah, so you know, if you start the process, it can take a little bit of time, but not like an outrageous amount. It was, trying to think, it might have been a couple weeks for me by the time between when they got it and when it was up, but the anticipation made it feel like it was more than 2 weeks. Yeah. It's coming along nicely. Just wondering what might be worth. So I'm trying to find something far enough away from the moon. So I'm trying to limit myself to stuff that's to the east of the meridian. I mean, it'll be in a few weeks. It'll be nice because all the summer Milky Way stuff will be up before, or some of it'll be up before midnight, where I can actually start imaging it. You know what? Is that far enough away? Not far enough away. Darn it. Yeah, sometimes some of the galaxies have more interesting names than they end up looking like. That might be an interesting one. I think I've imaged this before, but maybe not. The Splinter Galaxy? Probably image it for a little bit. Yeah, no problem. Definitely, I mean, I've been extremely happy with it. Yeah, it did. It did. Like it's dropped. Yeah. And I think it must have done it in one round or something. I don't know why, but it did. But oh well. That has happened to me before. I mean, it doesn't help that it's in that there's moon issues and it's in alt azimuth mount. Like it might have been a little bit better if I would have done it in equatorial mount, and I need to do that for tomorrow. So I'll try that. I'm having it go to the Splinter Galaxy. Just because problem is the moon is kind of limiting some of the options, and plus, you know, it's like things I've already imaged and don't want to necessarily image tonight. That is doing not too bad. If I could just fix the colors. I don't know why the colors end up so weird. Man, it just like a tiny bit and it just ends up really weird. That's not looking too bad. Again, especially with the conditions I have here locally. How's the guiding doing? I mean, again, it wasn't polar aligned, but it's still keeping it together, so. Again, with the moon up in Bortle 9, it's not terrible. Not really using much in the way of filters, honestly. Yeah, I'm reasonably happy with the state of that. That is it's the Splinter Galaxy, and that is like a splinter. Oops. It's like really fussy to kind of grab the edge there for some reason. I guess the secondary display. Yeah, that's not looking too bad. I think that'll clean up nicely. And again, that's with the the reflector that I was attempting to image the hamburger, but too much sun. I mean, sun is too much moon. But I think tomorrow will be a better attempt. Do I I mean, it is a Wednesday, so I'm probably not gonna. I was up till like 3 in the morning yesterday. I wasn't even streaming. I was trying to get the reflector kind of in a good shape, as far as getting the guiding down, and because this was actually the first time, or yesterday was the first time I'd used this guide scope, and so I was trying to make sure I really had it kind of working good enough where I could image a galaxy, and have the guiding work and not fall apart. Because I was trying to use an off-axis guider previously, and with my light pollution, and the fact that this telescope's like f12, it just couldn't get a consistently get a guide star, couldn't plate solve consistently, just had all kinds of issues. And so I figured a guide scope would be better. And so I finally got one, moved the guide camera over to it, and I'm actually I do the plate solving on the guide camera, and so that's why I have two instances of sharp cap running. One's for the guide camera, and one is for the main scope camera. But PhD2 doesn't seem to play well when sharp cap has the camera, so I basically disconnect the camera from sharp cap and reconnect it to PhD2 when I'm ready to start guiding. And so far I was doing that last night, it worked fine. I might eventually kind of smooth it out, but in the meantime, it's working, and the guiding isn't too bad. At least it's good enough for what I'm trying to do. And at some point I might upgrade the guide camera, and hopefully that'll help with, I might even be able to start polar aligning it with the guide camera. But yeah, but I'm happy that's turning out. So the guide scope, and that was the thing, because of my challenging skies, I didn't want too small of a guide camera or guide scope. Plus, the other thing was, since the main scope is 1800 millimeter, that kind of pointed towards having a higher focal length. Anyway, I got I think it's a 60 millimeter or 50 millimeter, something like that, 50 or 60 millimeter, and it's like 250 millimeter focal length. So it's yeah, it might be 50 millimeter. It's basically like a Seestar, like as far as the focal length and aperture. And I might eventually get another one. I'd been looking at, there was like these Orion kind of discounted, inexpensive telescopes that can work. They're fairly light, that I might get one. And that one's an 80 millimeter. And it's like 400 millimeter, I think, focal length, which is what my refractor is. My refractor is 75 millimeter aperture and like a 400 millimeter focal length, and it plate solves just fine. So I'm thinking if I got that 80 400/400 telescope and use it as a guide camera. I don't know. I might not, because this seems to be working fine so far. I think if I upgrade the guide camera, that might help, because the 120 is it's fine. It's just, it's like everything here. It's challenged by the light pollution. But yeah, I'm happy with that. Yeah, it's I think mine is the SV Bony 50 millimeter. But yeah, that's interesting. So you have the 662. That was one of the ones I was debating getting, which is basically what the S30 uses. I mean, that is what the S30 uses. So my thought is, like, kind of like how I had the moon up, like I was doing that yesterday. Let me pull that up. It was kind of funny. It was when I was on a Discord. I was on Discord, kind of trying to hash out the configuration. But let me find this. Is that it? Oh yeah. This was last night. I had the focus pretty okay, but this was with the, basically these are neither images zoomed in. Like I haven't enlarged them. They're just fit to the window. And this is the guide camera. And it actually doesn't look too bad. It's only 1 megapixel, but it's decent. And then of course this is the 8 megapixel on the reflector. And so yeah, I think having a better sensor like a 662, and I could also then actually use it as a secondary imaging thing, like I did here with the moon, where I was looking at the moon kind of full disk, but also kind of zoomed in at the same time. That was kind of nice. And I could see, I wouldn't do it all the time, but I could definitely see it. Like even with some of the galaxy clusters, I could see doing that, where maybe take a wider field image with the guide scope, and then, be kind of focused on a specific galaxy with the main scope. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I was having a hard time getting focus last night, and I didn't realize how much it extended, the tube extended. I'd only been doing like the helical focus part. I hadn't done the actual kind of extension. So I didn't have focus at all. And this happened to me with the reflector too. I didn't know where the focus point was. And so I'm like, the moon's up at that point. And I just pointed it at the moon. And I'm like, okay, the focus was way off. Fixed it. And once I started, getting it, I'm like, actually, this isn't bad. Like the view, the full disc view. I actually kind of liked it. And then the fact I had like the super zoomed in view next to it was kind of nice. But yeah, the 662 was one that I was thinking of. I was actually even thinking about, it was probably way overkill, but like SV Boney has a 585 camera, which is probably fairly inexpensive, but for a guide camera, maybe. And it's 8 megapixels, so I don't know. Nice. Nice to get the second Seestar on a wedge. Yeah, that would be cool. It'll be interesting to see how that works out. Yeah, I only have the one wedge and the S30s on it right now. I need to do something for I need to get something, either another wedge or some parts, or kind of rig up something with what I've got, because I want to be able, I want to start running both of them in equatorial mode. So, especially the native equatorial is pretty low hassle. It's already up to 43 minutes. And the other thing about this image is I don't even have it doing like the optimum exposure length. So next time that's good. So all things considered, that I'm not hating this. That was part of the thing I wanted to be able to do is, there's like a ton of noise on here, but again, the moon is up and I'm Portal 9, so I'm not going to critique that too much. Okay, so how much time did I have on the Spindle Galaxy? I did it for 30 minutes and we're 16 minutes in. So I might kick off another target before I wrap it up for the night, because I plan on doing another one tomorrow night, because I'm on a mission to get the Hamburger and the asteroid. At least better than this. It was better in the beginning. It'll be interesting to see. Maybe I'll do that before tomorrow's live stream. See what I can fix. See how much I can fix. Let's see. Oops. Yeah, I was kind of going through my list of targets I want to revisit before they kind of get too low to the west. And I have a lot. As soon as, hopefully it'll be clear once the moon's kind of more out of the way. But yeah, some more time on. Now some of them are things that are still okay. I mean that are just now rotating into view. But there's a few, like the Jellyfish Nebula. I wanted to get more time on that. This one very faint planetary nebula, which really the conditions need to be good for that, or ideally they would be good. Some dark nebula that's, kind of in the winter Milky Way. But let's see, was there anything else I wanted to image tonight? Had a problem with the monkey head, that's fine. Prize Comet, there are some interesting names. I need to do that again. Weird names. Maybe I'll do that when the conditions are good or better. Oh, and before I forget, I almost forgot. There's going to be another asteroid kind of event with the Jellyfish Nebula. And again, it's, I mean, they're just kind of, I guess, more interesting than significant astronomically. But so here's the Jellyfish Nebula right now. And tomorrow night, Wednesday, today's, what's today? I'm losing track of all time. Today's, oh, okay. Wait, what? Is that right? Whoa. I'm advancing time quickly on the, okay. So, yeah, that's right. It's Wednesday night. So Wednesday night, Thursday night, Friday night, Saturday night, Sunday night. We've got this little asteroid coming along. Now it actually does cross the Jellyfish Nebula here. So kind of in the next few days there's another asteroid, and it's a low number one. It's Eunomia. Yeah, so that's another one that could be interesting. I'll probably try to do that just because I enjoyed the asteroid transit kind of things. So let's see. Yeah, it's funny. But I think some of it is just that, like, the moon is just blasting on the lens at Starfront. Whereas here it's almost about to go behind a building. So, although not soon enough, honestly. Let me see if I go look at the moon. Yeah. Yeah, it's not gonna go behind a building for another hour. But it's kind of getting off to the side from where the telescopes are. Actually, Leo Triplet's gonna go behind a building before then, sometime in the next half hour. In about half an hour, the triplet's gonna go behind. So I think I scheduled this for like 3 hours or something, just because I wanted to try to capture as much. I mean, I knew it wasn't going to be fantastic, but actually, if I did it for 3 hours, it's about to end, which would be fine. Dropped a lot of frames. But you can see, if you look carefully, at least I can see it, the dust lane in the middle of the Hamburger Galaxy, and then the asteroid. So let's see, what could we do? What could we image? Some of that stuff is just starting to almost get high enough. Almost. You know what? I'll do it. I'll do that. It's going to be a stretch. It might not even succeed, but we will try. Let me see. Can I just have had no luck trying to fix the color on this. So how much time left on the splinter? Got 4 minutes on the splinter. And then once that's done, I'm going to actually try pointing it at a dark nebula, and we'll see how that goes. Was I actually able to image this? I feel like it was one I tried and it didn't work. Let me see. Oh man, totally. Qubits. I completely forgot that I had this going. I was so fixated on dealing with the moon. not dropping much. Gradients are just brutal. Brutal. Okay. All right. Let's check here. Okay. No. Actually, what I need to do. All right. I'm distracting myself. Let me see if I have. No, I haven't. I think I tried imaging it and it failed. So we will try imaging this. Let me check when. So, yeah, that hamburger, it's going to be done in a few seconds. So, hopefully I'll be able to get something at least halfway intelligible from this. But I'm not gonna point this at another target once it's done. And just, it's about to finish, and it finished. Okay, so this is done. And this is done. Hey, they both finished at the same time. So I'm gonna actually what I want to do with, I'm gonna close, well, I'll leave that one, but what I want to do is see if I can image this, and I'm gonna do this for 2 hours, and I'm not gonna hang around for it to finish, but I will. Actually, before I do that, let me try this. I'm gonna kick off a dark frame. Oh, it won't work if it's imaging, so I'm going to stop that temporarily. I will generate the dark frame, and then I will go on to the next target. Or I'll kick off the next target, which I'm going to run for 2 hours. Oh, it's going okay. Things were a lot more challenging with the Hamburger Galaxy, but I'm gonna give it another try tomorrow. This M51 is with the reflector, so it's this isn't actually zoomed in that much. So yeah, that's going fine, and I was about to kick off some more, and then probably wrap it up for the night. Okay. All right. So we will go image, grab a target, 2 hours, and go. Yeah, that was, it's with the reflector, and, I mean, this is just the live stack, but it's, yeah, and I've got a guiding, so it's, guiding's doing okay, so it's hanging in there. And I didn't really have a chance to properly polar align it, or I wasn't able to properly polar align it, so yeah, I think it'll clean up. I mean, it is with the IMX 585 camera, so it's got good reach. Let me see, did this fail again? Okay. Yeah, this might be a bust, unfortunately. It's in this mode where it's just not able to see. Yeah, it's pointing at something. I don't know what. I'm gonna... It's recentering itself. I'm gonna wait for it to recenter. Yeah. Anyway, I may end up just calling it a night, since that's just... Again, I've been having more issues because of the moon. Surprise, surprise, but it's unfortunate. Oh, nice. Yeah, I've heard that putting the counterweight on it helps. I've thought at some point I might do that. I don't have an AM5, but with the one I've got. Yeah, this is just... Oh, hello, Chris. How's it going? Did your EQ? Yeah. Yeah. No, congrats on the EQ mode, but yeah, the moon is brutal tonight. Oh, the pool light off. Yeah. Yeah, I know how that goes. I mean, I have the porch light or back patio light that I forget to turn off way too often. But yeah, pool lights. Okay, did this. Yeah. No, that yeah, I don't blame you. I was a little concerned about how tippy things were with the with EQ mode. I definitely tried to it's better to be cautious. Oh man, this is gonna be bad. Maybe it's okay. I ended up, because it was like confused, I ended up parking and parking the scope and then reopening it. I think I figured out. No? No, it should be okay. I'll try again. So let's see if this works. I think it might just be confused. Oh, nice. Yeah. Light up and then just basically use the guidance. Yeah, it's very forgiving. This is annoying. That it. Yeah, I don't think I'm. Um, yeah, I mean, I haven't leveled the tripod, honestly. I think if it's reasonably level, it's able to compensate. Let's see, I'm just trying to... okay. That's why. Oh, right. Let me see. All right, let's try one more thing. All right. Is the scope staying there? Starfront's fine. I'm enjoying it a lot. Imaging some things that I really haven't been able to image before, and yeah, I don't know if it'll be forever, but I don't have any immediate plans to bring it back. Um, okay. Let's see, how's this going? Okay, good. Yeah, so I'll have this where, for whatever reason, I don't know if there's some slippage or what, but the telescope will be off by like in right ascension, and like I'll restart it, but the approach I've been doing recently is basically point at something near the celestial pole, which I don't know why I didn't think of that before. Because even if the right ascension's off, the declination is right, and it'll be like, oh, I'm in the wrong spot, and it just rotates. And so I've been doing it with M80 and M81. I mean, 81 and 82, and yeah, it initially went to the wrong spot, PlaySolve realized it was in the wrong spot, and then fixed itself. So if you ever run into that, that seems to be a good workaround to kind of unconfuse it. Transport both ways up to the user? I'm not sure. But yeah, it's $99 a month. And that includes connectivity and yeah, if they need a power cycle, they'll do it. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, most people ship theirs, but I drove mine up. Since, yeah. Let me see. What I need to do is I'll just close this one. And it's really hard to resize this window. What in the world? Is this an abnormally large window? There we go. That's better. There. Oh yeah. I mean, yeah. If people want it back, they ship it back. But I think most people, they end up just keeping it there. And I know some people who have bigger rigs, or I've noticed people who have bigger rigs there, sometimes they'll just sell it. Like if they're upgrading their rig, there's like a kind of a kind of for sale wanted channel on their Discord server, and so people will say like, I've got a thing in building 3 and it's these are the specs, and you know, pay me this amount of money, or this is what I want for it, and then you know, they transfer the bill over to the or Starfront transfers the bill. And so yeah, that way you don't, if you don't want to ship it back, or if it, yeah, like you're upgrading a rig. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah, nice. Camping weather. Yeah, dark places to camp. That would be cool. Yeah, ship them a new one. No, I mean, the scope lasts. I mean, it, at least I presume there's people who've had theirs a while there. But yeah, if you're like upgrading your rig or something, you could just sell it. So let's see if this works. I forgot, let me go in here and image, schedule. How much time do I have left? Yeah, I did 15 minutes, so I got a bit more time. So we'll try. That's why it's so slow. I had an extra kind of, I had the DSS images on, and I was wondering why my Stellarium was dragging. So hopefully that will go smoothly. Oh, I haven't heard of such a thing, no. I mean, they seem flexible, but I mean, the problem is if like, not the problem, but I think like from a labor point of view, like part of the installation, like when you put a deposit down, part of that is kind of the installation, you know, receiving the package, getting it set up, you know, building it out, especially for telescopes that need to be, you know, the pieces assembled, and then mounting it and polar aligning it. So for them to take it down and then put it back up, I'm sure if you had like an extended time, you could pause it. But yeah, I don't know if they're really set up to have that. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Oh, yeah, I mean, everything's like bolted down. So yeah. They, but I imagine if it was like a more extended time. I guess what I'm getting at is they'd probably want to, there'd probably be a cost associated with breaking things down. Now, in the case of the Seestar, you know, it's not like a normal scope. It's just, you know, undo a few screws and, but yeah, I haven't heard. But again, I think because like the majority of telescopes are not, it would be more involved. Yeah, that's true. That's true. A lot of things are, you know, negotiable and stuff. But yeah, I have no plans to return the Seestar at any point. I mean, because I have, yeah. Yeah, it is, especially, and now with the shelf, and they've made it less expensive. It was $150 a month. Now it's $100 a month. They might decrease it again. Time will tell, but I mean, it's got a, yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna keep the stream going until the next target, and hopefully it'll work this time. Yeah, I mean, they have there are some plane waves there, and there is a I mean, there are 2 or 3 definitely more. I mean, plane waves go up really high, but yeah, definitely worth. Yeah, probably more than my car. How much time do I have on this? Oh wow, already 90 minutes. It's not too bad. I mean, one of the things I wanted to do with the reflector, I got it not just for stars, but I wanted to be able to do, I mean, not stars, not just galaxies, not, sorry. I got it not just for planetary work, but I wanted to also be able to do galaxies, especially galaxies like M51, not like super tiny ones, and definitely not like M33, which would be too big, or M31, but things like the other Messier galaxies like M101, M51, M106, and so I think, yeah, it's gonna work, especially now that I got the guide scope. The tracking seems reasonable. Now I just need to get the focuser on it. Yeah. Yeah, well, and this here is with the reflector, so it's with that the big scope. Well, it's not that big, but it's the scope you see in my all sky camera, kind of pointing up in the air. So it's with a 585 chip with a reflector. Yeah. Well, and there are people that have more than one scope at Starfront, definitely. So this it's a 6-inch Cassegrain, the one on the right, that's in Houston. Yeah. And the image on the left here is from Starfront. But again, the moon is kind of brutal. Yeah, so on the one hand, it's got a better sensor and it's 6 inches scope. On the other hand, it's f12, so you lose a few stops there. It ends up netting out where it's still kind of decent, but it's definitely it's not like it's like 10 times better. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the problem is I kicked off another thing. I added something to the schedule that's going to run after this. I should probably do the moon tomorrow. But yeah, that is just, yeah. It's crazy. Well, I did have the moon up because I was trying to get the reflector to look at the Hamburger Galaxy in boats in Leo Triplet, because there's an asteroid nearby, and the problem I ran into was it just it was too close to the moon and just washed out with light. But I ended up pointing it at the moon, and it was pretty cool. Like the reflector, because it's got a decent focal length. You get kind of nice close up, reasonably close up of some of the craters and such. So, but yeah, that was the only. It was kind of a bit of a. It was definitely challenging. I mean, the only thing that made it somewhat feasible is that the moon here is behind a house, so that helps with the direct glare onto the scope, but only for so long today. Tomorrow it'll be I'll have a little bit more time, so I'm going to try it again. Okay, so now that one is done, so we'll just see if it'll make it to the next target. I sure hope so. If not, I'm not going to bother. Okay, sync. All right. So now it's trying. Okay, there are stars in the field, which is encouraging, because before it was pointing at something and there were no stars. I'm just telling it to start recording, and maybe that'll help. Good night, Brent. Thanks for stopping by, and have a good evening. Yeah, no, I don't think there's any difference. I mean, there could be seeing differences, but that could be anywhere, like the turbulence. Yeah, I don't think it. Now, the one thing I have noticed is I'm able to image like sometimes I'm able to image things that would be hard to image when the moon's out, because like I'm not fighting light pollution, I'm just fighting moon light pollution. So sometimes that seems to, like, some things seem, I'm able to image some things at Starfront even with the moon up that I wouldn't be able to image at home. Yeah, this is failing. Yeah, maybe the target's just... No. Maybe it's just too much light issues. Yeah, and I think I had that problem last night. It wasn't even like really visible. It just seemed like it was even harder to see things, harder than I would have expected, given even with the moon and light pollution. And when I looked at zoomed out Earth, I saw that there was like this kind of haze layer that was going through. Yeah, this is failing all over the place. So, oh gosh, is that going to be too low? I'm going to try it. Oh, it did actually manage to stack some frames, but it is definitely struggling. Okay, that's a bummer, but yeah, thanks for stopping by, and have a good rest of your night. First clear night you've had in weeks. Yeah, I remember you've popped in and said it was like monsoon season. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I know how that goes. Like things you wouldn't have cared about without a telescope. Yeah, good night. Good night, Cupids. Yeah, I think this is just... I'm gonna skip this one and hopefully that'll actually work. Let's see. All right. I wonder if the moon's just causing issues. I mean, I am trying to image something that maybe is a bit ambitious. All right. So if that doesn't work, yeah. If this doesn't work, I'm probably just going to wrap it up for the night. Since I will be, I think, let me just double check the weather. Looks like tomorrow. Yeah, it looks like tomorrow's tonight. Thursday night's going to be. Oh wait, I'm in the wrong place. Yeah, Thursday night looks good here. And it looks great at Starfront as well. And Friday night as well. And maybe even Saturday night. Yeah, here and at Starfront. And here is Sunday night as well. I'm going to have to come up with a list of, not Sunday night at Starfront, but Sunday night. So I need to come up with a list of things to image that are moon friendly. Because it looks like I'll have a few more days. Now, I might not live stream every one of them. I'll stream on Discord, perhaps. Yeah. Well, let's see how it's going. Oh, why I wasn't in Discord? Oh, is it because? Are you saying because I'm? Oh, right. Yeah, I was. Oh, I finally saw I was on only 3 hours late. Oh, sorry about that. Yeah, I was there for a bit before, and then I dropped off. Oh wait, clicked on the wrong thing. Yeah, and then I dropped off. Let me see. Just trying to keep that somewhat sensible. Is this actually stacking? I think it's actually stacking, but it's dropping a ton of frames. So I'm gonna, let me see. Oops, wrong window. So let's see. Oh no, it's not. It's actually not dropping frames. It just totally failed. That's... Yeah, so let's stop this. And... Alright. I'll wait for it to kind of get back to... let's see. Space Cadet. Oh, nice. Got some M51. That's cool. Nice. Yeah, nice. Okay, so let's try this again. And actually what I need to do is park. Okay, it's parking. Supposedly. So they give you an internet connection. You provide your own way of getting in. A lot of people use Chrome Remote Desktop on their computers, and then they remote into it. And so yeah, so they do that. I'm running a VPN on mine, but and some people run VPNs. They also, the IPs are it's behind a firewall, but you can get public IPs if you want. Parking in the all sky. I have a Raspberry Pi 5. A lot of people use for Seestars, they'll use like a Mac Mini so they can run the native app. Let me see. see. Let's see if this works. Yeah, I'm just trying to how am I? That's a great question. I'm not 100% sure. I know Jeff was looking at sending a Pi that had Android on it. Yeah, I mean, honestly, actually, they already upgraded my firmware unintentionally, because when they first got it, they connected to it, I guess, to do I think so. Oh, that's why. Because mine was the first one on the shelf and the first equatorial one. They wanted to make sure that when the telescope was open that the roof didn't hit it. So they were trying to double check the dimensions and stuff. And so they connected to it with the app, and it upgraded my firmware because, you know, like if it's out of date, because that one was out of date. And so it got to the version before native EQ mode. So I had talked to them about them doing that again, but I decided to kind of shelve it for now. Yeah, because some of them have Seestars. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure yet. It's still kind of TBD. For now, I've just kind of left it. I might actually try doing some weird network stuff to try to get that to get it to work, but we will see. So I only did 4 minutes time on target. So this is, again, it got confused. And so I had to go to M81 or M82 actually to try to unconfuse it. And yeah. And so once this is done, actually maybe I'll just stop it. I'm going to try the moon again. Man, look at that, that moon in the Starfront all sky. That is just rough. Okay. And I'll try that. And I will try. Oh, there it goes. Boom. Boom. That was fast. Once it was less confused. There we go. Oops. Didn't mean to do that. That was, is that Icarus? Yeah, Icarus is, all right, so let's make this wider. All right. And, wow, look at that wobbliness. Okay, so, can zoom in. Yeah, so that's looking pretty crisp. Pretty crispy. Yeah, so I'm running this locally. I actually have like some really cheap, like $20 moon filter, but that's it. It's nothing particularly. It's like I had thought about getting the one Jeff has. He's got this this Bader one that I've been pretty impressed by the results he was getting on that when the moon was up. Not necessarily full moon, but this not resize. No, it didn't resize. There we go. Using a cheap one, like it's almost the same as not being filtered at this point. I have a dual narrowband, an SV Boney dual narrowband, that the SV220 or something like that, but I don't have it in there because it's not great for like what I wanted to do. Yeah, so yes, you can. The problem is the app, like there's stuff that it needs that doesn't go across that network. So yeah, there is sub 1 millisecond, but we didn't. Yeah, the whole live view needs to be revamped. Yes, it's basically just a light pollution filter, and a cheap one at that. Like I say, like a $20 one. Man, that is really wobbly. Nice. Yeah, I think the multi-pass. Yeah, that's the one that Jeff has, the beta or botter neodium or whatever, however that's pronounced. I may get the botter at some point, but for now I'm just using this. Yeah, the moon and sky glow filter. Yeah. Oh, cool. I didn't know you had that one. That's cool. Yeah, I mean, some of the photos Jeff was taking with his reflector, I mean, the refractor, I was pretty impressed. And it's on my list, but just didn't want to spend the money this month. I mean, I got the yeah, yeah, pretty much. But I did get the I mean, I got the guide scope, and that's been huge. Like, that's been a huge improvement. And so that I've been very happy with. I mean, like I say, I just showed up it showed up yesterday. I think it showed up yesterday, and I set it up and was testing it out last night, and I was actually able to plate solve with the guide scope and consistently go to different points in the sky and consistently guide with fairly, I mean, tolerable I mean, given that I wasn't, now the only problem is I wasn't able to EQ equatorial align it, but it feels like the guiding is keeping fairly okay. I mean, it's like lopsided, but it's keeping it in a pretty narrow band. So, and I think going forward, like I had set up I hadn't used the Juway mount much recently because I'd been using the refractor or just the Seestars. But I think I'm going to start using the Juway mount more with the refractor and the reflector. Because I used it with the refractor on Monday, and then I was testing out the reflector last night, and tonight was using it. But I'll probably just keep, I guess as part of that, even if I don't EQ this or equatorial align it that well this time, or if I'm not able to equatorial align it, I was more deliberate about where I put the tripod tonight, and so going forward, I'm gonna, if I align it with the refractor, I'll be putting it in the same spot every time. So, yeah. So that'll mitigate it somewhat, but the guiding is able to keep up, even though it's off. So that's that. At least that's something. But yeah, I'm happy with that. It's 2 hours. That's basically, there are and there aren't. I did blow out the bunnies a lot, but I found that if I did a certain thing with the stretching, it made it more pronounced. If I didn't do that, it didn't. And I actually found that it was, not only was it bringing that out, it was distorting the image. So I just skipped that, and now it's the image is cleaner. But I also did spend a bit of time with the duster today. But I'm definitely, this was why this is what I wanted to do with the reflector. It's galaxies, and so now that we're in galaxy season, we're kind of going into it, or at least from where in my backyard, that's basically just about all I can see right now after twilight, or after astronomical twilight. It's all I can see right now. So yeah, I think I'm going to be starting to image, and maybe doing what I did tonight, and just kind of point at one galaxy for a while. Yeah, because I think just to really get a lot of data. I mean, because I'm seeing like this dust in M51b. Definitely happy with that. I try to image. I don't do a live stream, but I do try to image every night I can there. And what the weather had been kind of hit or miss. If it starts getting consistent, like a bunch of clear nights, especially if it's away from full moon, I'm just going to start having like a schedule and for like the week of things that I would just kind of run through and image over the course of the night. But yeah, I mean, because there's like no setup and no teardown, it's like, you know, I can be like, I'm sitting on the sofa, clicky clicky, add a few targets, and I'm done. And then in the morning I have some images. So and I don't have to do anything else. So yeah, I try to image every night. I think there's been one or two that I missed just because I was exhausted and I'm too tired to think. And it was maybe around the time of a full moon or something. So I was like, like maybe it was last full moon. I kind of just wrote off a night. And I was just, But there's very low friction to the process. Like I just pull up the web browser and go. And I guess from my point of view too is kind of making up. I mean, my skies are so bad, and this has kind of unlocked a bunch of things, a bunch of types of targets that I wouldn't have considered before. Like I could do nebulas that were HA rich, but ones like reflection nebulas are super hard for me. Like the jellyfish nebula is just really hard, and a lot of planetary nebulas. Galaxies are okay, but dark nebulas are completely out. And so I'm just trying to, I guess, image as much as I can, especially of the kinds of targets that I historically haven't been able to image. So I still do stuff with the Seestars here, and then like the reflector and refractor, I've been trying to, you know, image things like this, like things that I can image here. I'm still trying to image here. And then of course, like I was doing planetary stuff with when it was like the Parade of Planets thing. Yeah, so funny you mentioned that. Yeah, funny you should mention that. I was very paranoid about that in the beginning. I was like, I kept asking them, you know, and there was one night where for whatever reason it completely wrapped around, and I didn't ask them. I noticed on the camera that they had unwrapped it. Typically it hasn't been happening, but it has. It's something I've been kind of trying to keep an eye on, and that's also why I wasn't necessarily originally going to have an all sky camera there, but that's one of the reasons. I mean, I wanted it just for like to be able to see the dark sky I was imaging, but it was also a practice because I told them I didn't drop it off, but I kind of bought it and then had them install it, and I told them I want to be able to see the sky because I live stream, but I also want to see the scope because of the cord winding. How many hours? I have like 5 hours, I think, but I think I need a lot more. I think I need at least 5 or 10 more hours to get something. It's still not going to be like, I mean, the problem is I'm running out of time. The Dolphin is now, the Dolphin Nebula is now kind of getting a bit lower, so I only have about an hour on nights where it's clear and when the moon isn't there. So as soon as it's past the full moon, I'm going to start trying to image it some more. And just hope I can get enough before it's too low. But yeah, it needs a lot. It needs a lot. But you know, it's I mean, it's funny because like I would try some things that would take a bit more effort here with the Seestar, but now that I've got a dark sky or a Seestar at a dark sky, I'm like I'm still trying to push it to like image some things that are maybe a little bit, you know, not as easy. But yeah. Yep. Well, it's, oh man, my neck. It's 1:30 here, and I'm planning on live streaming again tomorrow night. I think I'll do it on YouTube because I want to get the hamburger, the hamburger and the asteroid, and not such a blurry mess. So I plan on streaming again tomorrow, so I should probably wrap this one up. And plus I have equipment outside that I need to drag in. So yeah. So yeah, and like I said, it's going to be clear weather at least through Sunday here, or at Starfront. I'll stream again tomorrow night. Don't know if I'll stream to YouTube Friday night, but I might do it to Discord and take a day off from YouTube, and then maybe Saturday night if the forecast holds. But yeah, I think I'm gonna wrap it up now. Don't forget to like the video if you haven't already, and yeah, like and subscribe, because tomorrow I will be, like I say, doing this again, because I'm on a mission, and I'm feeling pretty good about the state of the reflector, because like if I could just get the moon not to interfere, I should be able to get a good shot of the hamburger with that, with the scope. So yeah, I think that's it for tonight, and thanks for tuning in, and I will see you in the next one. Yeah, and that's what I'm afraid, that it might. I started thinking it might be 10 times as much data as I had. Now I think it's less than that, but it's going to be a lot. Oh, a 6-inch reflector. No, I did not. I haven't been on his live streams. I need to get on his live streams. I've just been busy with a lot of things, some coding things and some stuff. But I need to check that out, because I get alerted every time he goes live. Like, I'm on his Discord and I see when he goes live. Okay, he just started. That's cool. Yeah, thanks for I'm having a hard time. I think I didn't sleep enough last night, but thanks, Seiko, and thanks for stopping by, and appreciate it. Cool. Just started. Awesome. Yep. And Yep. Thanks, everybody, and I will see you maybe tomorrow, which technically is today. But until next time, I need some sleep. Bye.